May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony begins in a minute. Please wait for a while. まもなく、オープニングセレモニーを開始いたします。ご来場の皆様は、お静かにお待ちください。
Everyone, may I have attention, please? Welcome to the E.S.S Cup 2023. Firstly, I'd like to introduce today's speakers. The first speaker is Miss Ayame Kawakami.
The second speaker is Mr. Yua Sato.
The third speaker is Miss Sakino Ueda.
The fourth speaker is Mr. Naoto Daijima.
The sixth speaker is Mr. Yuta Kobayashi.
The seventh speaker is Mr. Yudai Kitayama.
The last speaker is Miss Mika Sugaya. Next, I'd like to introduce today's judges. Please turn on your camera. Firstly, Mr. Haruka Yagyu. Mr. Yagyu got his master's degree in engineering from Kobe University in 2022. In 2018, he participated in major English oratorical contests, including the Nijima Trophy, Jewel Cup, Amon Trophy, Uni of Sacred Heart Present Cup, Hosei Uni Present Cup, and more. After leaving E.S.S, he joined the International Academic Conference and gave an English presentation at 18th International Conference about advances of mobile computing. Currently, he works at NTT Docomo and mainly supports core network and corporate network services from technical perspective.
Secondly, Miss Miyuki Kobayashi. Miyuki Kobayashi is a translator, watercolor illustrator, and certified self-esteem facilitator. She has also been teaching English at several different colleges. Her main translation works include The Beauty of War, Guided Audio Tour, and Tonomonogatari Shui. She's been judging English speech contests since 2000, and she enjoys listening to what young people have to say. She's a member of Association for Polite and Therapeutic Humor. Her purpose is to live her life with love, and louder by sharing the positive energy through her workshops and paintings. She is in a study group learning about well-being as well. She won second prize in All Japan Businessman's English Speech Contest long before you were born.
Lastly, I'd like to introduce ourselves. I'm Marina Fuji.
And I'm Haruka Shina.
We are the chairperson of this contest.
Now, we would like to start the E.S.S. Cup 2023. Next, Miss Mami Sasaki, the Vice Executive Chairperson of this contest, will deliver an opening address. Miss Sasaki, please.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremonies. Thank you, Masters of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to express my deep gratitude for all of you here, distinguished judges, great aid speakers, and a wonderful audience. Thank you for coming to the E.S.S. Cup 2023. I'm honored to give this opening address as a representative of the speech section of Takasaki City University of Economics, E.S.S. So what is today's concept of this contest? It's soul. Soul has two meanings. One is the soul music, and the other is the speaker's belief. The soul music emerged from the African American community in 1950s. The word soul in the African American terms means African pride and culture. So today, I hope that the eight speakers will put as much pride and belief into their speeches as the soul music singers do. The other day, there was the elimination round for the E.S.S. Cup, and the eight speakers were qualified for this contest. Although this contest is online, it's a great opportunity to see their efforts. I'm sure that they do their best, and we will be impressed by their own souls. Lastly, let me show you my appreciation again. Thank you very much for coming today. Please have a wonderful time at this contest. Who will play the most soulful music? It's showtime. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sasaki. Then I'd like to explain rules for this contest. In this contest, every speaker has 8 minutes to deliver his or her speech. At 8 minutes, if the speaker is not finished, we will stop his or her speech. After each speech, we have a question and answer session for 3 minutes.
And last, in closing ceremony, we would like to give special prizes for winners. Then, we finish the opening ceremony. I hope all of you do your best. Good luck.
Then we will start the first session. Let us welcome the first speaker. The first speaker is Miss Ayame Kawakami. She will deliver her speech under the title of To Cry to Smile. To Cry to Smile. Miss Kawakami, please turn on your camera.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Something's wrong with my mind. What should I do? One day, my friend sitting next to me in the class said that to me and got out of the classroom. It was sudden. From this day, she had a panic disorder. She had been always cheerful and laughed a lot as before. Why did she suddenly have a panic disorder? The cause was excessive stress. Her stress was building up before she even realized it. In our society, many people are under stress. According to a survey conducted by Voicecom in July 2019, 80% of people are under stress. Moreover, 60% of people couldn't relieve their own stress. We know that many people are under stress and not able to relieve stress. From now, I'm going to talk about ways to reduce stress. Through my speech, I hope that your stress will reduce and you can live happy with a smile. I also hope that my speech will be useful for you when you stress out in the future. Excessive stress can cause serious symptoms and situations. According to a Stress of Alliance survey, the higher the stress level, the more likely it is to cause sleep disorders. Others also cause an anxiety disorder and depression. And worst of all, suicide. According to a Gentle Gold Online, the stress is the cause of about 1 in 10 people who commit suicide. You may be okay now, but it could happen to anyone in the future. The cause of stress is a failure to reduce stress before stress reaches its limits. Especially if the cause of stress is external, it is difficult to solve the root cause immediately on your own. And so stress builds up. If it is not reduced, it will one day reach its limits. This spring vacation, I met a friend who had a panic disorder. I knew she still suffered from panic disorder. I was worried about her like that. A panic disorder okay now? I asked. I still panic when I'm cornered, but I found my own solution, she said. So, she relieves her own stress in a certain way. What is this one way she mentioned? It is crying therapy, Ruikatsu in Japanese. I first heard crying therapy. Have you ever heard of this? This is a self-care to reduce stress by consciously shedding tears. It also called a health method to detoxify the mind. I thought crying therapy is a good way to reduce stress. So I will talk about crying therapy now. Tears in crying therapy are tears of emotions. We are not talking about simply crying. It means to shed by emotions. However, some people may find it difficult to cry consciously. So I will now introduce 2 key points in crying therapy. The first is to understand your own crying points. This point is different for everyone. I suggest you try the videos and movies based on your own experiences. For example, people who have had sad experiences in love are more likely to have crying points about love story. People who have pets are more likely to have crying points about an animal story. It's easy to become emotional because of the overlap of your own experiences. Second, you must make the environment that you can cry easily. It is important to create an environment. For example, turn off the lights in your room or be alone. Crying therapy is effective at night than in the morning. This is because the parasympathetic is more active at night. Parasympathetic is 副交感神経 in Japanese. This nervous system stimulates the lacrimal glands, so tears flow easily. As you can see, it is easy to cry when you change the environment before you start crying therapy. Of all the reduction methods, why do I introduce crying therapy? First, because it's too easy. Crying therapy is said to be effective even in a short time, 2 to 3 minutes. You can do it alone, anywhere, anytime. No special tools are required. When your stress seems to be at its limit, it is difficult to take more action to reduce your stress. That's when you need crying therapy. Furthermore, crying therapy produces a variety of other effects. First, the effect on sleep disorders. Crying turns on the switch of parasympathetic. This nerve is active during relaxation and sleep. So you fall asleep more easily while this nerve is becoming active. It also has the effect on increasing immunity. Crying therapy helps prevent disease while this nerve is becoming active. Crying therapy has both mental and physical benefits. I had a sleep disorder when I started living alone. Anxiety and stress made it difficult to sleep. Then, I watched a documentary video about a section on YouTube. I cried a lot and I could sleep right away that day. Since that day, I have been to therapy regularly. I no longer have sleep disorder coming from overthinking. My sleep disorder has resolved and I can now enjoy my day-to-day life. Just stress builds up, we will reach our limits one day. Many people may not know, crying is not a sign of weakness. Crying is a way to smiling. If you are in pain now or will be in the future, please remember my speech and try crying therapy. I hope that crying will make your life full of smiles. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kawakami. Now, we have a question and answer session. Mr. Yagyu, please.
Okay, Kawakami-san, thank you for your nice speech. And can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's okay?
Yes.
Okay. So are you feeling stressed in this speech?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm feeling stressed now, and I am nervous too. Okay, so don't worry, and please enjoy this Q&A session. Okay, I think there are a lot of type of stress. For example, human relationship, physical problem, anxiety and depression, and more. And so I want to know, what is the definition of stress in your speech? Which specific type you focusing on, or you focus on all the stress that people feel? Please tell me.
Okay, and in my speech, the definition of stress is focus on panic disorder, like my friends. In my speech, stress is the bad damage to people's heart. So, and excessive stress causes variety of yes.
Yeah, understood. Maybe mental issue, maybe. yes, and be damaged our mental point. Okay, I understood. Okay, and the next question is, in your solution, tears in crying therapy. It is really interesting. I want to try with your suggestion when I feel stressed. And yes, I understand that tears in crying therapy is of course, really easy to compliment rather than other methods, I think. But I also think there are other simple methods and simple technique to reduce our stress as well. So I want to know, why do you focus on your solution, and are there any other solution to reduce stress? I want to know.
Okay. Through my experience, my friend used crying therapy and to solve her stress. So I first understand crying therapy then. So I think many people may not know crying therapy. So through my speech, I want to know crying therapy is one of the reduction methods to stress. So I speech about crying therapy.
Okay, and maybe your friend tried the solution, and the friend's situation will made better. So you should focus this solution. Okay, I understood. And okay, time has come. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Yagyu and Ms. Kawakami. Now we have judging time. Please wait until it's over.
Ladies, welcome. The second speaker. The second speaker is Mr. Yua Sato. He will deliver his speech under the title of Load Without Synchronization. Load Without Synchronization. Mr. Sato, please turn on your camera.
Thank you, the Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a question for you. If there were two roads in front of you, which one would you step on? A, you try, what would you like to do? B, you give up a challenge under the influence of majority tendencies. Have you ever chosen B in your life? This is called synchronous behavior. Professor Kasai at Naruto University of Education shows it is when we conform to the opinions of those around us, even if we are asked for different opinions. So today, I'd like to talk about the danger of synchronous behavior. especially when making future-related choices, because future choices are very relevant to our long life, and such choices are very important. After my speech, we can decide what to do based on our thoughts, not being easily influenced by the majority when making future choices. First, we pay too much attention to our surroundings when making decisions. I'd like to introduce synchronism experiment. There were 7 actors and 1 nocturnal participant. There were 2 cards in the experiment. The card on the left has a reference line, and the one on the right shows 3 comparison lines. They have to answer the line from 3 comparison lines as long as the reference line. The answer is obvious. However, this was in first 12 times, and the wrong answer was chosen 4 times. This means that even if you always what you should choose, you may change your choices due to the influence of majority opinions. Some people behave in this way in future choices too. Of course, synchronous behavior makes it easier to regret your choices, because the decision has been by others. The study by Hatano and Matsumae at Kyushu University shows many influences on regrets during the wrong synchronization choice. About 61% of subjects regretted their choice if they maintained their choice. On the other hand, if they changed their choice, about 87% regretted it. So people are more likely to regret if we influenced by others, particularly regret about future choices that has a significant impact on our life can become lifelong regrets. Why do we synchronize? It is because we don't think about the situation when the concern our choice happens. 2 factors cause us to synchronize. First, concern itself is not apparent. The second, we don't have a precise measures for each concerns. When we fall into 1 or 2 of these, our concerns appear larger. As a result, we focus on 3 matching concerns, 2 matching concerns, and B anxiety happens. We can't stop clicking to majority opinions and tendencies to relieve big anxiety. I was no exception. When I was a freshman year high school of student in winter, 2 rows are laid out before me. A, the liberal arts, B, the sciences. I wasn't sure which way to step on. I had a concern. I wouldn't have many friends who were in the same major. I wouldn't be good at memorization. I got lost the liberal arts or sciences. Since many of my friends in the sciences, I decided to be in it. One day in June, when I was a student who failed the entrance exam, my family said, "Hey, what will you do in the future after graduating from university?" I realized that I had not thought about my future because I had taken the easy way out and chosen the sciences. At that time, I thought again about my chosen road. 3 months later, I concluded I'd like to study economics, be involved in management. Then I decided to change to the liberal arts. I thought, why did I choose the sciences? I deeply regretted it, and I still do. This experience made me realize my synchronism. Now, I'd like to 2 processes for resolving the issue of focusing too much on concerns. Let's clarify the concerns. The purpose of this is to be easier to come up with a plan of action towards concerns and prevent that concerns appear larger by lack of understanding about it. First, we itemize the concerns on paper. Then I focus on 3 points: I, where, and what I do or what I be then. Focusing on the I makes it easier to think choices that should make by considering things on my initiative. And where and what are to make it easier to describe specific sin. The next step is to think about the measures for each of the concerns. I want you to be aware of two things here. One, how will your action affect you or others when you are in the situation? Two, the feasibility of the action. If your plan hurts yourself or others and isn't possible, depend upon you one. We will consider the idea, assess both impact and feasibility. I need you to plan, assess impact, and evaluate feasibility before acting. Once we develop a suitable plan, our concerns will reduce. This will give us the confidence to choose without synchronizing. Today, I talked about the danger of synchronous behavior. Please remember two keywords. The first is to clarify the concerns. The second is to come up with a suitable plan for each concern. By doing this, we can create a world no one synchronizes when making future-related choices. Life is a series of choices. Finally, I have a question. A, you try what you'd like to do. B, you give up the challenge under the influence of majority tendencies. Which one would you step on? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sato. Now, we will have a question and answer session. Ms. Kobayashi, please.
Okay, thank you very much for your very interesting topic. Okay, my first question is about the definition of your word. Okay, could you define the term synchronous behavior?
Okay, in conclusion, I use easy word, or not reference, but influences. I think you want to do something and confuse or do or not. I think anxiety win to desire. So I'd like to decrease your anxiety, so we can do what you'd like to do, I think.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. Okay, and then second question. Okay, at the beginning of your speech, you asked us if we give up a challenge under the influence of majority tendencies, and you call it synchronous behavior, right? Okay, but what's the difference between synchronous behavior and peer pressure, which is more familiar word term for us?
Okay, I think peer pressure is around the people you should choose our same choice. But synchronous behavior is myself is think I should choose same or other choice, I think.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Okay, the third question. You mentioned that you still regret the choices you made in your high school, freshman in high school. Okay, could you please explain why you still feel this way?
Oh, sorry, will you tell me again?
Okay, okay, you said you are still regret the choice you made in your freshman year in high school, right? Yes. Okay, but why do you still keep that regret?
Okay, it is because I make decision by influence to others. So I couldn't I couldn't make decisions for myself, I think.
But you still keep that regret.
And my decision the liberal arts or sciences is very important for my long life. I think that's all.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kobayashi and Mr. Sato. Now we will have a judging time. Please wait until it's over.
Let us welcome the third speaker. The third speaker is Miss Sakino Ueda. She will deliver her speech under the title of It's Your Turn, Look Back. It's your turn, look back. Miss Ueda, please turn on your camera.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Hey guys, it's game time. Let's play Sugoroku. When you reach the goal, you are living your own way. However, each person's starting line is determined by 5 questions. If you say yes, please imagine you can proceed 1 square. Question 1. Those whose parents are not divorced. Question 2. Those who are able to get into university. Question 3. Those who recognize themselves as a man. Question 4. Those who are heterosexual. Question 5. Those who live in the metropolitan area. We decide the starting line where we have just advanced. If you have moved more than 4 squares, please raise your hand. Thank you. Remember your numbers. It defines social problems as those of marginalized and oppressed people in society. We can all be people facing social problems or people around them. There are times when we can advance a lot of skills, and there are times when we left behind. It can happen at any time as long as we live in society. So in my speech, I hope you will realize your mission to be involved in social issues. I don't want my precious people to think that their existence is wrong, that they are somehow lacking, or they have to be silenced to conform to others. That which must change is not the person in trouble, but the people around them. I want to create a society where everyone can express their individuality with confidence. Although we refer to some social issues, we pretend not to know or not to see them. We tend to think that the situation in which we are not in trouble and the situation, the person who is in trouble are completely different worlds. As a result, some people are isolated from society. Even if they can raise their voice, that spread only the people concerned and others may not understand. When you are not included, don't you think that it doesn't matter because you are not in trouble? Don't you take for granted that we can able to make so many advances and don't look back? You can see that not caring about social issues is equal to exacerbate hard to reach voices. He was a dear friend of mine who taught me how problematic it is to be ignorant of social issues. She is a sexual minority. She told me that she is crying alone on a bed in the dark. I realized how strange it was to hear from the news that same-sex marriage is not fruitful break tradition, and how hurtful it is to hear from others that hope you marry with a man, have children, and live happy ever after. So why does society end up like this? It's because you are unaware of your privileges you have. Privilege refers to the superiority that you can automatically receive by happening to belong to the majority side. The majority here refers to the magnitude of the power, not the number of the people. Remind, how many advanced your start line of Sugoroku? Actually, the question was about your privileges. It's just 5 privileges, but it's a number that gives you an advantage over others. We live in a similar way, but fundamentally there are differences in our starting line. For example, the fact that you were able to get into university might have due to the environment where your parents had a certain level of income and you yourself had the opportunity to pursue the higher education. According to the research from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports, Science and Technology, there are correlation between the parental income and the rate of higher education enrollment. Having privilege essentially means standing one step ahead of starting line compared to others. Therefore, it's not the people who is in trouble that have to change something, but the people around them should change. That's because you can advance a lot of skills doesn't mean you don't have to look back. You just happen to have privileges. So those who are on the majority side just happen to have privileges, and those who are on the minority side also happen to be. The privilege that there are privileges that you have, and there are privileges that you don't have. So you may belong to the majority side or minority side. Then, how can we realize the privileges and know the people in need? How can we personalize the problems? It's just one thing to take a moment to look back when you are able to do something new. What you can achieve might not be just the result of your own efforts, but also the unseen privileges you have. So I want to tell you, please do not close your eyes to people's difficulties. As for me, when I made the decision to quit my part-time job, I realized the environment where such a choice wouldn't cause any problems. My situation wasn't achieved solely through my own efforts. I just happened to be in such an environment. If the environment was different, I would have had a lot of problems. So I have a responsibility to think about the issues faced by those struggling balance part-time jobs and studies, even if it's not a problem for me. A frog in the whale knows nothing of the great ocean. Its proverb continues like this. But knowing the blueness of the sky, understanding your situation and knowing your privilege is a first step to understand the problems of people scattered throughout society. That's why you should look back when you made one step forward. Everyone, including you, has a right to reach a goal of society where they can express themselves with confidence. And there are wonderful people who should not be lacking. So it's your turn. Look back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ueda. Now, we have a question and answer session. Mr. Yagyu, please.
Okay, thank you, Ueda-san, for your nice speech. And did you enjoy your speech?
Thank you. Yeah, I enjoyed the speech.
Okay, great job. Okay, let's do the question and answer session. Okay, the first is currently what social issue or what social problem are you currently interested in, and what social issue would you like people to be aware of? Please tell me.
I am now interested in the gender balance, especially in politics. So I want to know I want everyone to know the gender balance in Japan. Currently, I watch the news that gender balance in in Japanese 国会 it's not equal the gender balance. So I want to tell the issue for everyone.
Great, I understand. Okay. Today I will search the topic. Okay. Okay, the next question is your main claim in this speech. Maybe I think your main claim in this speech has three types. One is you want people to acknowledge social issue, and two, you want to raise people's awareness of social issue, and three, you want to serve social issue. How do you, what is your main claim in this speech? I want to know.
Thank you. My main claim is I want everyone to know the many issues. I think the big problem is that that which must change is not the person who is in trouble, but the people around you should change, I think. So even if we can study in school or we can know from the news, but it's not personally the issues. So I want to know the people to know their privileges, and they want to personalize the issues.
Okay, I understood. Maybe like the awareness, a lot of people's awareness to rise. Okay, I understand. Okay, the final question. Yes, thanks to your speech, I realized we have a responsibility to think about social issues. However, people who don't listen to your speech might think the social issue do not related to us personally. So we need to expand and split your idea. So final question is, what can we do to raise awareness of social issue and split your idea? I want to know.
Thank you. In my speech, I focused on the first step to get involved in social issues. That is to know the privilege we have. So the next step, I think, is we share our privileges and knowing the issues. So please share your privileges and your thoughts.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, time has come. Thank you for your speech.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yagyu and Ms. Ueda. Now we have judging time. Please wait until it's over.
Ladies, welcome. The fourth speaker is Mr. Naoto Daijima. He will deliver his speech under the title of Your True Feelings. Your True Feelings. Mr. Daijima, please turn on your camera.
Thank you, the Masters of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear Masaki, why did you leave me alone? A friend of mine passed away. He was my best friend. We've been playing together since we were little. We were playing together until the day before the news of his death arrived. I received a call from his mother. At first, I couldn't believe it at all, but there actually was no response when I tried to call him and send a line. He had been so cheerful until yesterday. He said, "Okay, see you later." In the last, we hadn't talked enough. We hadn't played enough. I only have hopeless and sense of loss. Through this incident, I reflected on and learned one thing. That is, you should honestly convey your thoughts and your true feelings. You will never be able to say the words you wanted to tell your loved one or convey what you were thinking if you lose them in a sudden death. A moment's hesitation will remain as a lifelong regret. So today, I'm going to give a speech about how to face your true feelings, because I do not want all of you here to feel sad and empty like I do. I hope that this speech will help you face your true feelings appropriately and convey accurately so that you can live your life without regrets. In the first place, I don't think it's easy to have an experience like my president. However, even if it's not a bereavement, I think everyone has had the experience of regretting not being able to convey their true feelings. As a result of my questionnaire via SNS, when asked if they had ever had such an experience, 76 out of 85 people answered yes. This is about 90% of the respondents. The results of this questionnaire show that it's still common for people to regret not conveying their true feelings. Then, what is the problem with this situation? Please imagine, how would you feel if you would never see your dearest again after tomorrow? What kind of emotion did you come up with? People who simply just feel sad have no problem. However, there are problems for those who have other things on their minds besides grief. They may have a fight and have not been able to make up since then, or they have hurt a loved one with unexpected words. These regrets will eventually become a lifelong regrets. So, how can we do it to solve this? Here is a breakthrough I have devised. There are 2 steps in the how-to process. Step 1, to confirm the need. It's simple. Imagine that you are thinking of the person to whom you wanted to convey your true feelings. Please imagine, if today was the last time I would see that person, would I tell him or her what I'm thinking? How would you feel if I didn't tell him or her, and we finally drifted apart in the future? The answers to these questions will naturally reveal whether you are needed or not. Step 2, to execute. Now that you have confirmed your need, but it's still difficult to take an action. So let's lower the hurdle to action. Of course, there is no better way to do this than in person. However, if that is not possible, then let's find a way that works well for you. Let's check together how to actually use it. I want you to think of one person to whom you want to express your gratitude or apologize for a past event. Let me talk about a friend of mine who went to study abroad 6 months ago. Step 1, to confirm the need. Imagine this. Today is the last time you can see and talk to that person. What do you really want to convey? In my case, I wanted to express my gratitude. We met every day, and perhaps due to my shy nature, I was too embarrassed to say even a single word of thank you. However, in my heart, I wanted to express my gratitude. Step 2, to execute. Imagine, how can you express your true feelings? In my character, it was a hurdle to tell him all directly. Then, how did I do? I wrote a letter. I wrote everything down on paper without skipping a detail, even which I usually wouldn't be able to say aloud. Through this method, I was finally able to convey my true feelings to him before he left for study abroad. It takes only 2 steps to face yourself and convey your true feelings. In summary, there is a current situation in which people are unable to convey their true feelings, and the cause is because it's related to whether or not there is a need to do so. In order to solve this problem, we only need to take the following 2 steps. Step 1, to confirm the need. Step 2, to execute. Through just these 2 steps, it will be easy to face your true feelings and convey honestly to others. Nothing special is required. Please give it a try. Dear Masaki, how are you doing? From this stage, I would like to express my greatest appreciation and wish you the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daijima. Now, we will have a question and answer session. Ms. Kobayashi, please.
Okay. Thank you, Naoto, for well-structured and very nice speech. Okay. And emotionally engaged speech it was. Okay. And my first question is, what was the key message that you wanted to convey? Can you summarize it briefly in around maybe 15 words?
Through this, my speech?
Yes.
Okay. I want everything to know the importance of conveying your true feelings.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the second question, which one should I ask? Okay. You mentioned that the reason we often regret not to conveying our true feelings is because we avoid expressing what we need to. Could you explain why people tend to avoid explaining their true feelings?
Okay. In my questionnaire, I asked almost Japanese people, like university students or other friends. Then maybe I think Japanese people are shy to apply or express their true feelings. Then they tend to hidden their true feelings.
Okay, very good. Okay, I can ask you another question. Okay, could you share what the true feelings was that you wanted to convey to your deceased friend back then?
Sorry, could you say that again?
Could you share what the true feeling that you wanted to convey to your deceased passed away, who passed away, deceased friends?
Mm-hmm. True feelings. As I said before, as I mentioned in my speech, I'd like to express my, how can I say, my gratitude for nice memory between him, and I'd like to say thank you for get along with a long time.
Oh, okay. So you wanted to tell him thank you in a regular basis, in which you couldn't do that. Okay. All right. Thank you. Maybe I have another question to ask. Okay. In your speech, you mentioned that failing to express true feeling can lead to lifelong regret. Do you believe there are ways to overcome this regret? Can you overcome your regret that you couldn't tell your friend? Thank you.
In order to overcome that regret, we have to express more and more again to other persons. To express my true feelings to other person.
Okay, be honest. Okay, thank
That's
you.
my hope.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kobayashi and Mr. Daijima. Now we will have a judging time. Please wait until it's over.
Go.
Now, the first session is over. We will take an intermission until 14:20. 14:20. So I hope you will come back by here. 14:15. 14:15. Now, the distinguished judge will go back to the judge's room.ここからは日本語で失礼いたします。セカンドセッションは14時20分から開始いたしますので、14時15分までにこちらのメインルームにお戻りください。
Thank you very much for participating in the contest today, despite of your participating. Although there were some changes in the format of the contest, it was not it was thankful to the judges, but the contest was substantially held. The concept of the contest is each we wanted your speaking to be as thoughtful as from music. Teaching sometimes encourages someone.
どうだろう。
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Thank you for coming to the E.S.S. Cup 2023. In this cup, turn off the camera and make sure the microphone is turned off. The second session will begin at 14:20. 14:20. Please be seated and wait for a while. 本日は高崎経済大学 E.S.S 杯にお越しいただき、誠にありがとうございます。ご来場の皆様に申し上げます。こちらのズーム内では、カメラをオフにし、マイクがミュートになっていることをご確認ください。セカンドセッションを14時20分より開始いたしますので、会場の皆様はもうしばらくお待ちください。
May I have attention, please? May I have attention, please? The second session will begin in a minute. Please wait for a while. まもなくセカンドセッションを開始いたします。ご来場の皆様はお静かにお待ちください。 Now, we'll start the second session. Let us welcome the fifth speaker. The fifth speaker is Mr. Kaito Azaki. He will deliver his speech under the title of Failure Makes Success. Failure Makes Success. Mr. Azaki, please turn on your camera.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. I had always been a self-proclaimed indecisive person. When I was still a child, I went shopping with my mother at the supermarket. As she told me I could want what candy I liked. I was so excited to choose it. But 15 minutes later, 30 minutes later, 45 minutes later, I ended up deciding an hour later. Such indecision in shopping is laughable. But what happens when this is an important job or task? Bacon. An invitation to an English speech contest for freshmen came in. I thought it was a nice invitation because it is a very good opportunity to do it with other universities. However, I couldn't decide whether to participate or not because I felt there were still factors to consider. No, it would be more correct to say that I was not lost, but rather that I was running away from make a decision. As a result, the deadline for the manuscript turned out to be a tight schedule. I wonder if you too have you been indecisive when faced with a certain choice, wanting to keep that option. Yuji Yamazaki, the author of Failing First, describes this as the option preference trap. In general, indecisive people often fall into the option preference trap, one of the biases that humans are prone to. Today, I'd like to talk about a topic that many of us can relate to in our lives, indecision. It can often hinder our progress and prevent us from reaching our full potential. In this speech, we will delve into the causes of indecision and effective strategies for overcoming this challenge and becoming better at decision in the hope that we can eliminate the threats from being indecisive and make confident choices. The harm caused by indecision can be broadly divided into two categories, individual and time. First, individual. These are stress, anxiety, and low self-esteem. The psychological burden of the thought that one choice may be wrong by comparing and contrasting alternatives. And the prolonged period of hesitation results in low self-evaluation and confidence. Second, time. These are delays in progress and a waste of time. It takes longer to make a decision, which delays progress on plans and projects. It also reduces efficiency because not enough time is allocated to other important tasks and activities. From this, it also leads to the deterioration of relationships by taking up other people's time. Indecision can be attributed to a variety of sources. The first is the fear of making the wrong choices. We are often overwhelmed by the many choices we first and worry about potential regrets. The second is perfectionism. We strive for the ideal outcome and fear making mistakes, which contributes to indecision. The third is external influences, such as social expectations and the opinions of others. They crowd our judgment and make it difficult to listen to our inner voice. At the root end of all, this is the fact that the future is unknown and uncertain. This uncertainty about the future causes various human assumptions and biases in thinking that give rise to the bad causes. In this issue, I will present a solution to it. That is, think about failure. Some of you may be thinking, what are they talking about? When I first encountered this concept, I thought, why should I think about failing myself when I don't want to fail and make as many choices as possible? No matter how scared you are of the future and how much you want perfection. One thing you have in common is the desire to avoid the wrong possible outcome, right? This is a way to harness that feeling. This method of thinking about failure is called plemoton and has been popular at Harvard Business School and other schools since the 2000s. According to a University of Pennsylvania study, subjects who used a plemoton showed a 30% increase in accuracy in predicting the future. I will now explain how to do this in 3 steps, along with my experience, which I discussed at the beginning of my speech. Step 1, assumption of failure. Picture a situation where your choice is a complete failure. In this case, we will not be able to participate. Step 2, search for cause. Consider the cause of the failure. In this issue, the time between competition is short and there is no time to prepare. Step 3, devise countermeasures. Consider solutions to failure. This time, think about what to say no to in the first place and talk about specific dates. If we had done a plemoton in this instance, we'd have known that we didn't have time to prepare and we wouldn't have had to bother you by refusing. Thus, doing the plemoton will help me to envision the future realistically. And realistically, the future realistically. If whenever I was faced with a choice after meeting plemoton, I will always consider failure. This helped me to understand that it was poor planning and lack of research that led me to make improvements. Today, I talked about how to make it easier for you to make improvements, make decisions. When you faced with a choice and you are indecisive, when you have to make a decision, first think of failure, then imagine the possible causes of the failure, and from this, think of specific countermeasures. You will probably find it easier to make a decision than ever before. Our lives are made up of a series of choices. Believing in ourselves and having the courage to go down unknown paths opens up new possibilities. In closing, I hope that the choices you make will be the first step toward building a fulfilling life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Azaki. Now, we have a question and answer session. Mr. Yagyu, please.
Okay, Azaki-san, thank you for your speech. Did you enjoy your speech?
Yes, I enjoyed my speech.
Okay, great job. Okay, in our life, indecision exists in many situations, I think. For example, like it can occur in significant and big events, such as married and changing job, relocating abroad, and whether you want to participate in speech contest or not. So indecision is highly ambiguous and it is difficult to imagine and define, I think, this word for me. So first question is, please tell me, what is the definition of indecision? Please tell me.
Okay. Indecision is I mentioned this in my speech. Indecision is when I'm faced with important tasks and activities, not simply in this speech, personal experience, I mentioned in shopping.
Okay,
This is how indecisive I was. I want to mention important tasks and activities.
Okay, in our life, and it is maybe important task and important for our life. And it is the definition of indecision. Okay, understood. And the next question is, what was the biggest indecision in your life, and how did you resolve and overcome your indecision? Maybe you use your solution in your speech, thinking about failure. Did you use? Please tell me in detail.
I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. And what is the biggest indecision in your life, and how did you overcome your indecision?
Okay. My biggest decision.
Yes.
Is in my high school student. I injured my shoulder. Whether I am a manager and a player, and that I won't play at the time. I want a baseball, and I love baseball. And because if I were manager, I think I can enjoy. Okay.
Maybe stop playing. Sorry. Maybe the manager said you should not playing baseball. Maybe.
In this baseball life, I no play, no life. I think at the time. So I decide to play the baseball, even if I injured my shoulder.
Maybe you continue to playing. Okay, okay, that's great. Okay, sorry, time has come. Okay, thank you so much.
So much.
Thank you, Mr. Yagyu and Mr. Azaki. Now we have a judging time. Please wait until it's over.
Ladies, welcome. The sixth speaker. The sixth speaker is Mr. Yuta Kobayashi. He will deliver his speech under the title of Put into Words. Put into Words. Mr. Kobayashi, please turn on your camera.
Thank you, the Masters of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being born. Thank you for sharing so many precious moments with me. You are so sweet and the words were delivered kindly by my friend father, who lost her last December. At that moment, I realized one thing. I couldn't put it into words. The words he expressed at her funeral were special, and I named them the special gratitude in this speech. Special gratitude. It means appreciation words that include your respect and affection to your dearest, your family, friends, or loved one. The obvious difference between just saying thank you and the special gratitude is one thing, whether it requires your courage or not. For example, if your friend lends you a textbook, you can easily say thank you. However, when you want to deliver your special gratitude, you will be hesitant, waiting for the opportunities to express it. I couldn't put my special gratitude into words. I didn't have the opportunities to deliver it to my friend. Through my experience, I learned we should express it even on a normal day. However, some of you haven't even tried to say such words. So, I want to tell you how important it is to convey your special gratitude and how to give it to your dearest. I hope you can put your special gratitude into words and make your life less regretful. Telling the special gratitude on a normal day has two types of merit. Firstly, you can be prepared for the painful moment of your dearest. If you deliver it today, you have less regret even if your dearest passes away tomorrow. By conveying it on normal days, please be prepared for such a painful moment and make it less regretful. Secondly, expressing your appreciation with your respect and affection to your dearest may create a sense of significance and positivity in their lives, according to psychiatrist Abigail Brenner, MD. Imagine you get special gratitude by your dearest. Won't you feel positive even on a normal day? Yes, your dearest will also be happy whenever you give it. With these merits in mind, you should express your biggest appreciation even today, right? But even if you realize its importance, you may be hesitant because of your complicated feelings. Now, let me go back to my story and how I could deliver it to my family on a normal day. After the funeral, I asked myself, what if someone in my family may pass away tomorrow? I felt like I needed to convey my feelings before I regret. When I returned to my parents' house and I met my family, I was still hesitant, but I asked this. Hey, would you mind if I express my biggest appreciation towards you? They were, of course, surprised, but gave me permission, ready to receive my words. I reminded myself of what I needed to convey little by little. Then I pushed myself to write letters like this. Mom, I've made many mistakes so far, but it was not wrong to have been born as your child. Thank you for spending a lot of time and effort for me. Finally, I could convey my special gratitude for the first time. At that moment, the day became special by expressing my biggest appreciation. Everyone, why don't you deliver it soon after this speech? Looking back, I realized that there were 4 steps that I could put the special gratitude into words. If you use these steps, you can also give them bravely to your dearest whenever you want. And I named them the words method. W stands for what, O for obtain, R for remind, and D for deliver. Now, let me explain step by step. Step 1, ask yourself, what if my dearest passes away tomorrow? You can imagine the worst case scenario of your dearest, and you can feel you should express your gratitude immediately and be less hesitant to deliver those words. Step 2, obtain their permission that you convey important things to your dearest. Anyone may be astonished if someone starts to appreciate without saying anything at all, right? So before you convey your words, you should obtain permission like this. Would you mind if I express my biggest appreciation to you? If you finish this step and obtain their permission, you don't have to be afraid of upsetting them, and they can be prepared for receiving your words. Step 3, remind yourself of the moment you must be grateful to your dearest. By doing so, you can find what you need to say specifically and be more willing to convey your special gratitude. Finally, step 4, deliver it to your dearest. You can deliver your words by some letters or email if you cannot do it in person. Through this words method, you can put your special gratitude into words. Now, your messages are delivered, and you and your dearest have special feelings, unlike a normal day. You have less regret when you face with the sudden death of your dearest. Special gratitude brought me and my family positive feelings, which increased warm communication between us. After that day, I received a live message from my mother. I was touched by your kind words. I'm so happy to hear your honest feelings suddenly. Thank you for such a surprising gift. Next December, I have the first anniversary of my friend. And I want to convey my special gratitude in front of her grave. This might not be delivered to her, but I hope you can bravely give it to your dearest before you lose the opportunities forever. Please put your special gratitude into words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kobayashi. Now, we will have a question and answer session. Miss Kobayashi, please.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Yuta, for your for sharing your personal experience.
Thank you.
And I'm sure your parents are so proud of you doing that.
Thank you.
Okay. My first question. Okay. What do you mean when you said you may be hesitant because of your complicated feelings?
Okay. First of all, you have some useless pride to express your words. Like, why do I have to speak such bothering things? And next, maybe you have concern that your opponent don't receive your words. Like, if you give the messages, your opponent will bother, not be happy. So that's why I introduced words method. With words method, first and the second steps, you can prepare your mindset and your opponent's mindset. So this is how your complicated feelings change. Does it make sense?
Well, so what you mean by complicated feeling is that how people don't know how to express themselves.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. The next question. Okay. Is it essential that we express special gratitude? And how does it differ from, regular gratitude? Is expressing gratitude in our daily lives not enough? I always say thank you.
Yeah, I understand. Firstly, special gratitude is not for individual event. Your dearest. Special gratitude is about how important the existence of your dearest is, and how you cherish the memories with your dearest. And one of the good example of this is work in a wedding ceremony. If you guys are like bride or groom, you read letters to your parents. And for this reason, I think special gratitude is more important than just saying thank you. Even you express just saying thank you for an individual event, I think you need to express special gratitude whenever you want. This is my answer. Does it make sense?
Yes, it does. That's what I wanted to hear from you. Okay. And the next question, how can we overcome the hesitation to express our feelings, especially if it is something deeply emotional like special gratitude?
Okay. I think
You gave me the 5, yes, method. You gave me the method. So can you just summarize it?
Yes. I think the first step, ask yourself, what if my dearest passes away tomorrow is the most important. And by asking yourself, and you can imagine, what if my dearest passes away because of some like car crash, or what if my friend commits suicide? Then you can imagine the worst case. So even you are still hesitant, maybe if you imagine such a case in specific, you can change your mindset. So the first step is most important for such people.
Okay.
Does it make sense?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kobayashi and Mr. Kobayashi. Now, we will have a judging time. Please wait until it's over.
Let us welcome the 7th speaker. The 7th speaker is Mr. Yudai Kitayama. He will deliver his speech under the title of Not Your Enemy, but Your Body. Not your enemy, but your body. Mr. Kitayama, please turn on your camera.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. One summer day in my freshman year of high school, several judo players stood on the tatami mats. They are shining with the confidence. However, one was different. His hands were sweating profusely, and his face was pale. In fact, this player is me in high school. I was a person who was easy to feel extremely nervous. Back then, I had been excessively nervous in judo matches and in every situation, such as speaking up in class at school, making a speech, and so on. Nervousness was always confronting me as an enemy. I hated myself for getting so nervous even about trivial matters. You've all experienced nervousness that bothered you until now, right? Now, I can live with it quite well in daily life. Today, I would like to talk about how to deal with nervousness. I hope you can prove yourself in essential situations and get along well with nervousness, not as an enemy, but as a buddy. Let me talk about a significant instance before a judo match one day in year 2 of high school. I was fighting nervousness as usual and blaming myself intensely for why I got so uneasy. I was trying my best to beat nervousness. Then my coach came next to me and said, "Being nervous is a good feeling. It's a reflection of your hard work and it's proof of your honest efforts." I had always thought nervousness was just a bad emotion, but his words took the negative perception of nervousness away. Since then, I started looking for ways to make the nervousness turn from enemy to buddy. Being nervous has a nothing but. Feeling moderately nervous has a positive impact. Mr. Nobutaka Ohira, a mental coach who has trained Olympic athletes and more, claims that moderate nervousness improves creativity and flexibility, and has many benefits such as improving concentration and increasing attention to detail. Successful people take advantage of this mental state and turn it into their power. However, feeling nervous extremely is a problem. When the degree of nervousness gradually increases, it changes from moderate nervousness to excessive one. Excessive nervousness makes us lose concentration and increase anxiety. So you may not be able to do something you always did well, and you have received a low rating from people around you. If it is an important situation, such as an exam or interview, you would feel regret terribly and hate yourself. Too much nervousness can interfere with our daily lives as an enemy. Then, why do we get nervous excessively? The answer is that the hormone cortisol is overproduced in our bodies. Cortisol is a hormone that helps us cope with stress and is essential for life. However, oversecretion leads to excessive nervousness. According to Konishi Integrated Medical Internal Medicine, when we are nervous, the cortisol levels in our body is 2 or 3 times higher than usual. The amount of cortisol is related to the degree of nervousness. It is impossible to eliminate tension into self. However, we all experience nervousness many times in our lifetime. That's why we must know how to suppress cortisol levels to control nervousness. Today, I would like to introduce an innovative solution. It is to take the hyper pose for 2 minutes in which situation in which we feel nervous. Just stand with your hand on your waist like Superman, like this. Some of you may think, are you kidding? No, I'm not. I'll show you what amazing effects the pose has. An experiment held at Harvard Business School in 2012 shows the subject's body show a 90% decrease in cortisol before taking a pose. Hyperpose reduces cortisol and helps us become moderately nervous. Besides, the hyperpose also affects to increase hormone, testosterone. Testosterone is a hormone that increases self-confidence. In the experiment I mentioned earlier, a 25% increased testosterone in their bodies before taking a pose. In other words, hyperpose not only releases nervousness, but also gives us confidence. It is improved our performance. Now, let's try together. Everyone, please sit straight and put your hands on your waist like this. Be aware to keep your chest up and avoid rounding your posture. Oh, you look great. Wow, how good the pose is. Wait, are you Superman? You all are truly amazing. Thank you. Please stop the pose. I'm very happy to see a hyper pose. How do you feel now? You only take the pose briefly, so you might not feel the benefits strongly. However, it is easy to find the benefits if you keep taking the same posture. So it would help if you took pose for at least 2 minutes. But some people may be embarrassed to do it in public. If that's the case, go somewhere less public, such as a restroom.
To tell you a secret, I took this pose on the restroom before coming onto this stage. Of course, I'm truly enjoying delivering my speech now. I'm not saying that I'm not nervous. I'm standing here with moderate nervousness. I can now apply this approach to deliver speeches and various situations in my daily life. Now, I love myself even with nervousness. Please remember, feelings don't create posture, but posture makes feelings. Today, I talked about how to deal with nervousness. Taking the hyper voice shifts your nervousness from excessive to moderate. Also, it boosts your confidence. You no longer take nervousness as an enemy, and everyone will be able to get along well with it as a body. I always used to try to fight against nervousness, desperately trying to win and get rid of it. However, now I can confidently say that nervousness isn't an enemy, but our body for us. This body will be with us, helping us for the rest of our lives. It is up to you to decide whether to make it enemy or body. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kitaya. Now, we will have a question and answer session. Mr. Yagyu, please.
Okay, Kitayama-san, thank you for your very unique performance. Thank you so much. Maybe you're not feeling nervousness now.
Yes. I very enjoyed this speech.
Great job. Okay, I have a question about your unique solution, hyper pose. This pose can decrease cortisol when we try this pose, 90% maybe. So please explain the detailed mechanism that reduce the cortisol. Please tell me.
Okay, by taking the hyper voice, makes our brain illusion. I have a big confidence. It makes me stress. It makes me reduce stress, and it leads to less cortisol. And okay.
Okay, so maybe the key is our brain, changing our brain. Okay, thank you so much. Yes, and the next is, in your speech, you mentioned that taking the hyper pose can reduce cortisol by 19% when we cortisol decrease, and it change into moderate nervousness you mentioned. So what is the moderate nervousness I'm interested in, and what percentage of cortisol does it become moderate nervousness? What percentage?
Right. Okay. There are clear percentage in my speech, but in my opinion, excessive nervousness identified by excessive nervousness and difference excessive nervousness and moderate nervousness identified by two side of mental and physical side. On the mental side, when I'm excessive nervousness, there are symptoms such as diarrhea, headache, abnormal heartbeat, and on the physical, it is physical side, and on the mental side, and in the excessive nervousness, you only think negative things such as what I feel, and so on. But on the other hand, when I moderately nervousness, I can think positive things. If there's two things that identified moderate nervousness or excessive nervousness.
Okay, great. I understood. Okay, yes, time has come. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yagyu and Mr. Kitayama. Now we have judging time. Please wait until it's over. Let us welcome the eighth speaker. The eighth speaker is Miss Mika Sugaya. She will deliver her speech under the title of Japanese Reformer. Japanese Reformer. Miss Sugaya, can you turn on your camera?
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. Please don't look at me like that. Stop, please. It hurts. I'm sorry. Please stop. Stop. This is a story about a girl. She was born in Japan and lived in the US from the age of 2. She spoke fluent English and she had the highest grade in her class. She was a bright girl who loved to study, play sports, loved her family, friends, and herself very much. When she was 10, she moved to Japan. She was excited to be in a new environment, culture, and Japanese school. On the first day of school, she met a cold stares from her classmates, as if she were not there. She was the heretic. The bully began. She immediately told her nurse and homeroom teacher, "Everyone in my class is strange. They say bad things to me. Let them get counseling." Then her teachers looked at her with a blank stare and said, "In Japan, they are Japanese rules. You have to deal with that. I think you need a counselor." When she entered junior high school, the environment remained the same, only worse. She was subjected to every form of bullying imaginable, name-calling, ostracism, neglect, and violence. The once active and cheerful girl was now a shy and passive-aggressive person who did not play sports, which she loved so much, and her grades had dropped to near the bottom of the class. She still tried to talk with her teachers about it. What she got back was a flyer for a bullying counselation desk. She was in despair. When anonymous cyberbullying began in high school, she became distrustful of people and could no longer talk in front of people. And she became smile depression and panic disorder. What do you think of the words and responses of the adults whom she relied on? How should adults have responded? What was the right thing to do? Where did she go wrong? Yes, she didn't go wrong. There was a massive mistake with the adults. In Japan, we try to talk to children who are being bullied and we try to give them a way out. Why should the innocent victim have to run away, even though they have done nothing? Everyone who have been bullied is able to casually say, I was bullied by them. Something must have happened at their home. They should go to counseling. This was normal in the US. I'm writing this speech because I want this to become the norm as the girl in this story. Sharing my story, I want people to realize the normality of Japanese system of bullying. In the UK, about 90% of schools have surveillance cameras installed, and 10% have even installed them in changing rooms and restrooms. And courts have ordered the parents of children who bully or otherwise engage in bullying to take a course. If they refuse to take a course, a penalty of 150,000 yen are imposed. And friends in the US, bullies are given infancy training and counseling on anger management. In these three countries, measures are taken on the assumption that bullying will occur. In comparison, Japan shows a remarkably low level of awareness, not only among children, but also among adults. First of all, the system is made under the premise that bullying will not occur. Then, the fact-finding takes precedence, care will be delayed, and the offending students are only given guidance which does not go to the root of a problem at all. This comparison shows that the system and idea of bullying in Japan is still in its infancy. Then, why do bullies need counseling? A joint study conducted by Atlantic University in the US, Concordia University in Canada, and Uppsala University in Sweden on 1,409 adults and boys and girls, and found that parents of children who bully or otherwise engage in bullying were cynical and hostile toward their children. The study found that children who were overtly criticized, sarcastically criticized, or teased by their parents developed emotional dysfunction and lost control of their anger. The study reported that as the mental state of uncontrolled feelings worsens, the children become increasingly hostile and aggressive toward those around them, and they vent their anger by bullying others. The unfulfilled feeling by not being accepted by their parents or accepted by their parents may lead to an unspeakable anger, which may be directed toward a weak partner or others. In other words, the environment makes a child a bully. Therefore, it is possible to eradicate future bullying by discussing counseling children with the adults around them at an early age. In 2022, the number of cases of bullying identified by school exceeded 610,000. And in 2020, students who committed suicide or stopped attending school due to bullying increased 705 cases, which 109 cases increased. There are tons of students who are suffering now. It's the time when Japan needs to change. To improve the situation in Japan is to deal with the perpetrators who need to be cared for. The causes of them should be addressed from the root by bringing in a third-party professional organization, reforming the school system, and raising awareness. And the protection and support for the victim should be the top priority. In this speech, I want everyone to recognize the underdeveloped situation of Japan's bully and change your obvious idea of bully. When I got this mind, my bully didn't stop, or my pain didn't disappear, but my heart became much lighter, and I got a significant growth of my mind. I could think I wasn't wrong or bad. I came to see people with objective views. And I thought I could save other victims and be a Japanese reformer. I have addressed adults in Japan, but there are things as we university students and high school students can do as well. Talk to him or her, or make smiles at him or her. This simple thing that anyone can do will save the victim. Don't ignore them. Just let them know that you care. Then we can say, "What's wrong?" or "Good morning," or "See you later." This saved me a lot when I was a victim. I want everyone to know from now on. Bullying is the worst kind of behavior that does not produce anything good. We must be the Japanese reformer and erase bullying. Everyone listening to my speech can be the reformer. I'm the Japanese reformer. Come on, guys. Let's reform Japan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sugaya. Now, we will have a question and answer session. Ms. Kobayashi, please.
Hey, well, thank you, Mika, for your thought-provoking and emotionally impactful speech. Okay, first of all, I'd like to ask you, who is your target audience?
Thank you for the question. My target audience is everybody, like who lives in Japan and who has the idea that I explained, like we should counselor the people who are being bullied, like that. My target is everyone who has been, who has an idea like I explained, like a Japanese idea. And also I want to target the adults now and the university students who are being adults and teaching the children about bullying. So literally my target is everyone who's listening to his speech, like everyone.
Yes,
thank you.
I fully understand that, but this is an English speech. So, target cannot be really everybody. That's the kind of thing I wanted to hear from you. Okay, anyway, my second question, you are very brave to appeal to your teacher that those who bullied you should get consultation. But the teacher said you are the one who needed consultation. How did you feel when your teacher didn't support you as you wished for?
First of all, I was wondering why, because I was in an American education. So first I wondered why, and then I thought nobody was being with me. Either my friends wasn't like ignoring me and everybody was like a bystander. And I thought my teacher's gonna be with me, but she wasn't. So I was really in a despair, like in my speech. So I feel everything, the feeling I felt was really negative. Like I feel like I was alone.
For you. Okay.
Thank you.
And then, okay, the second question is, I heard similar stories from returnees. What do you think that reasons are?
The reasons are like the foreigners, like other
returnees, yes.
The reason is because I think people, like when I read a book, like when I was like in elementary school, like people think they want to protect their own community. And when I got in that community, like elementary 4th grade, there was already a community, like each friends groups. And then I just came in and I had a American culture. So I just hugged a lot. And then they felt, oh, she's different. If I won't be with her, nothing's going to change. So I think people is really fearing to have some change and then they say no to them. So I think more like America has a lot of foreign people, but Japan has only Japanese people. So I think Japan people needs to be more like, like more huge heart, being accepting other foreign people. So I think that's the reason why shutting down their own communities.
Okay. Well, I do have many more questions, but maybe I have time to ask you at the reception. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kobayashi and Ms. Sugaya. Now we will have a judging time. Please wait until it's over.
Now, the second session is over. We will start the closing ceremony from 1620. So I hope you will come back here by 1615. The distinguished judge will go back to the judges' room.ここからは日本語で失礼いたします。16時20分からクロージングセレモニーを開始いたしますので、16時15分までにこちらのメインルームにお戻りください。
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? Thank you for coming today to the E.S.S Cup 2023. The closing ceremony will begin at 16:20. 16:20. Please wait for a while. 本日は高崎経済大学 E.S.S 杯にお越しいただき、誠にありがとうございます。クロージングセレモニーは16時20分より開始いたしますので、会場の皆様はもうしばらくお待ちください。
本当に今大事だから。
May I have attention, please? The closing ceremony will begin in a minute. Please be seated and wait a while. まもなくクロージングセレモニーを開始いたします。ご来場の皆様はお静かにお待ちください。
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? We would like to start the closing ceremony. First, today's distinguished judges will give us some comments on this contest. Firstly, Mr. Yagi, please.
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm truly proud of to be involved as a judge in this wonderful competition that determines that inner representative speaker for the Dharma Cup. And thanks to organized members and great speakers, we have really enjoyable time today. And I understood that the organized members and speakers have difficulties and tough challenges because the format of this competition changes offline into online. So, but speakers and organized members worked hard and put together such a wonderful competition. So we judges want to express our gratitude to everyone. And before I provide the judge comments, I'd like to share my personal joy. 4 years ago, I was a member of speech instructor and I served as a judge assistant with Kobayashi-san in Golden Cup. And I never dreamed that this day would come when we would judge together. So today has become an unforgettable day for me. And we have a great opportunity to listen to wonderful speeches. So thank you so much. And now I'd like you to give some advice and comments for the 8th grade speakers who gave excellent speeches. And the first is, please use their definition and explanation. Maybe all speakers remember because I said definition in Q&A session many times. Speakers had chosen some very interesting topic today, but some of these topics and their explanation were a little difficult to image for us. So I'd like you to define and explain difficult words in the beginning of your speech. And so please use, think when, where, who, what, and how. Please use when you think the definition. For example, when will the problem and when will the topic happen? And where does your topic, where does the problem occur? And who is the target for your speech? And what is important about your topic? And how do we deal with the topic? I want to use this 4W and 1H to think your definition in your speech. And next, the target for your speech. The target audience for your speech should be clearly stated, I think. If you do not mention your target audience and your goal of your speech, it is difficult to understand that who is your target audience and who you want to deliver for your speech. So please state clearly for your targets and your goal in your speeches. And yes, today's contest is probably the most competitive and the most difficult to choose one speakers. Yes, for me, it is really difficult to decide one speaker. But I want to tell you about all that all speakers were really great and great job. So I hope you will continue to enjoy your speech life and with confidence and keep challenging yourself. I hope. Again, thank you so much for inviting me to today's wonderful competition. Thank you very much for organized members, for great speakers, and my partner judge, Kobayashi-san.
Thank you.
I sincerely hope the Dharma Cup will be great competition. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yagyu. Next, Ms. Kobayashi, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. And Yagyu-san, thank you very much for mentioning. Okay. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank all the organizers of the contest. Without your work behind the scenes, especially when you had to change a face-to-face speech contest to Zoom-based one. And we wouldn't have been able to hold a contest today. I'd like to give you a special gratitude. Thank you very much. Okay. And now, congratulations and thank you to all the speakers for sharing your thoughts and ideas. I was amazed how all of you dealt with such interesting topics. Each topic was so interesting. Okay. And today I'd like to offer 3 pieces of humble advice. The first one is quite practical, and I've mentioned it many times at other contests as well. And please don't get me wrong, I am not running out of things to say. I repeat this because I truly believe this is very helpful. Okay, that is, summarize your key message in 15 words and see if those 15 words can get people to be interested in hearing your speech. If you find it challenging to summarize in 15 words, remember that it would be even more difficult for your audience to remember it. So it may be a good idea to work on your speech with a 15-word key message, and then you can build your speech around it. That way, it will be easier for not only you, but also for your audience to remember your essential message. Now, the second piece of advice is about your delivery, okay? We all know this is a speech contest, not a written speech contest. It means you need to deliver your thoughts with your voice. Speaking clearly is essential so that we can understand every word you say. Otherwise, you risk losing your audience. You know, your audience can lose, cannot be connected with you, and you will lose your audience easily. If we encounter any words that are difficult to understand, our attention gets lost, and we may become disconnected from your speech entirely. You want to establish a strong connection from the very beginning and maintain it until the end. Third, try to avoid using technical terms that are unfamiliar to your audience. If people have trouble understanding what you're saying, you can quickly lose your audience again. So it's important to rephrase your ideas in language that your audience can easily understand. Your audience means the people that your university students, or especially at the Dharma Cup, high school students who are studying English will be there, okay? So my advice today is to summarize your key message in 15 words, speak clearly, and avoid using technical terms. Thank you once again to all the speakers. organizers and maybe audience for making this contest possible. Keep striving for excellence in your speech, and may your words continue to inspire others. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kobayashi.
Now, we're reaching the climax of the contest. I'd like to announce the winners of this contest. When I call your name, please turn on your camera. Ms. Lisa Nakaya, the Executive Chairperson of the E.S.S Cup 2023, will give a certificate to the winners of this contest. The third prize goes to Miss Sakino Ueda.
Certificate. This is to certify that Ms. Sakino Ueda has been awarded the third prize in the oratorical speech contest for the E.S.S Cup 2023, sponsored by Takasaki City University of Economics, E.S.S. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Miss Ueda, congratulations.
Next, I would like to announce the second prize winner. The second prize goes to Miss Mika Sugaya. Certificate, Miss Mika Sugaya. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Miss Sugaya, congratulations.
Everyone, now I'd like to announce the first prize winner of this contest. The first prize winner of the E.S.S Cup 2023 goes to Mr. Yuta Kobayashi.
Certificate, Mr. Yuta Kobayashi. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Kobayashi. Mr. Kobayashi, please give us winner's comment.
Thank you, the Masters of Ceremonies and distinguished judges, and all of you here today. First of all, let me express my biggest appreciation toward all of you here today. Thank you so much for this so wonderful competition. I'm so honored to get this opportunity to take part in the Daruma Cup. I still cannot believe it, but I hope with my speech, everyone here can enjoy the Daruma Cup, and hopefully with the method I introduced today, everyone can express your own biggest appreciation for each dearest. So I'm really looking forward to take part in the Daruma Cup as a competitor. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kobayashi. Congratulations.
Lastly, Miss Lisa Nakaya. The executive chairperson of this contest will deliver a closing address. Ms. Nakaya, please.
Thank you, the Masters of Ceremony and distinguished judges. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very honored to deliver my closing address as the Executive Chairperson of the E.S.S. Cup 2023. Firstly, I'd like to show my appreciation for all of you here. Distinguished judges, thank you very much for participating in this contest today, in spite of your tight schedule. Although there were some changes in the format of the contest, it was thanks to the judges that the contest was successfully held. The concept of this contest is soul. We chose this concept because we wanted your speeches to be as soulful as soul music. Speeches sometimes encourage someone and inspire someone. Today's 8 great speakers delivered a soulful and a passionate speech. Today's winners should deliver a wonderful and soulful speech on the stage of the Daruma Cup and be the new vintage. It will be repeated. Thank you very much for participating in this contest today. And thanks to all the audiences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nakaya.
Now, all programs of this contest are over. Thank you very much for coming today. Thank you. ここからは日本語で失礼いたします。これから写真撮影を行います。まずはじめに入賞者と審査員の方で写真を撮影します。ジャッジ様と入賞者のみカメラオンにしてください。
はい、じゃあ撮影します。はい。はい、チーズ。もう一枚いきます。じゃあ、好きなポーズしていただいて大丈夫です。かわいい、かわいい。はい、じゃあいきます。はい、チーズ。OK。ありがとうございます。
次にスピーカーと審査員の方で写真を撮ります。スピーカーの皆さんもカメラをオンにしてください。
じゃあ、撮ります。最初は普通に真面目な感じでお願いします。いきます。はい、チーズ。 りがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。最後に、運営を含めた全員で写真撮影を行いますので、今、カメラがミュートになっている方は、全員カメラをオンにしてください。
はい、じゃあ2回撮らせていただきます。じゃあ、いきます。最初は普通に皆さん真面目な感じでお願いします。はい、いきます。はい、チーズ。はい、じゃあもう1枚いきます。じゃあなんかみんな好きなポーズしてもらって大丈夫です。ピースとか何でも大丈夫なんで。はい。OK。じゃあいきます。はい、チーズ。はい、ありがとうございます。カメラマンの方からもう1枚お願いしたいということなので、もう1枚みんなピースのやつでお願いします。いきます。はい、チーズ。はい、ありがとうございます。めっちゃ漏れてたそうです。ありがとうございます。はい、写真撮影は以上になります。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。続いて順番にリフレクションのブレイクアウトルームに案内するので、まず審査員の方々は一度ジャッジングルームにお戻りください。はい。続いてスピーカーの方々は係の者が順番に案内されるまで、こちらのメインルームにいてください。なお、リフレクションは17時より開始いたします。これにて高崎経済大学 E.S.S 杯を終了いたします。本日は誠にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。皆さんお疲れ様です。一日今日はお疲れ様でした。ズームになったのにみんなご対応いただきありがとうございました。ひとまず、スピーカーの皆さんはこの後リフレクションがあるので、その他運営陣は、ここで退出していただいても大丈夫ですし、メインルームの方でみんなとおしゃべりしても大丈夫です。お疲れ様でした。スピーカーの皆さんはリフレク終わった後も、ちょっとズーム内に残っていただけるとありがたいです。リフレクの順番は順番に案内いたしますので、お待ちください。一度失礼します。 はい、リフレクションの準備ができたので、ファーストスピーカー、あやめが、まず、小林みゆきさんのリフレクションルームに入っていただいて、5番スピーカーの海斗さんが、柳生さんの方に移動をお願いいたします。